Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, greetings and welcome to part 2 of this exciting, hopefully, walkthrough series that I, Terrorlord, am doing for this Twitch channel. The game that I'm playing, or rather should I say, the mod that I'm playing is Grim Dawn, Diablo 2, ROT modification, Reign of Terror. This is basically Diablo 2 combined with Grim Dawn, and thus far it feels really awesome in the fact that modification has a lot in store for experienced players as well as those who have not even tried either Grim Dawn or Diablo 2. Game has a lot to cover and a lot of things that are new, even to those of you who played Grim Dawn. I personally, on the previous stream, have said this, but this is my first ever trying this modification out, and I'm planning to do a full walkthrough on stream of this particular game from start to finish using the Necromancer, OG Necromancer of Diablo 2, that is going to be combined later on with a cultist from Grim Dawn. So it's going to be an interesting combo, and I want to see how it's going to fare out in the future. Now, yet it's still unknown what type of damage does skeletons from Necromancer do. Feels like they're physical, but then again, mages are elemental acid. So it's going to be kind of a weird combo when it comes to like physical and this and that. But technically speaking, I am planning to do physical bleeding combo. Hopefully it's going to work out the way I want it to, so I'm going to be utilizing devotions that I have utilized when I was leveling my Conjurer for Grim Dawn, Conjurer Summoner, and I'm going to see how it's going to work here. I'm playing this like normal difficulty, but with Veteran included, and it feels at times that it's pretty hard, but at other times it feels okay, so I'm not going to disable it, I'm just going to stick with it, just the way I do when I play Grim Dawn. Now, this is going to be almost it for the introduction part. The last thing that I want to say is that we are going to continue right from where we left off. Nothing was done off stream, and when it comes to progression, so we are going to head over to the tower, Forgotten Tower, to complete the side quest there, and then we are going to continue and progress the main story. I have brought my devotion setup. I have looked at how I want to distribute those points, so now at least going to have some more things to play with. Anyway, enjoy the stream, enjoy the commentary, and technically enjoy the show, and let us begin. Or should I rather say, let us continue from where we left off last time. First things first, I want to sell some items, just for the sake of it. Yes, and I also enabled Grim Internals, because I like to have myself not just the name of those like enemies, of those summons, but also their HP bars, because without the mod you cannot see your pet's health unless those are golems or your mercenary companions, which is something that I personally don't like when I cannot see the things that I would want to see, because it is quite important to have a visual understanding on how your pet's doing and so on and so forth. So yeah. And what should we put also there? I guess nothing more. Sort the inventory out. Yeah, because, well, technically I can start to place some items in here that I will not going to be utilizing. Wait. How do I put those in the inventory? It changes mine. I kind of forgot. Oh, now I understand. Okay. I was stunned there for a second, thinking what should I do to put those items in there. Yeah, the stash and the inventory, like, inventory is kind of the same, but the stash is just gigantic even by Grim Dawn standards. They even expanded it more than usual. Alright, onwards we go. I'm utilizing... The reason why I want to utilize Green Internals is mostly because I want to see those HP bars. I don't... like... Some use it for auto pickup, like I can neglect the auto pickup thing. But what I cannot neglect is this, like seeing where the enemies are, especially in the darker areas. Because I just really want to have a visual understanding of what is going on. Lowering volume in my headset a bit because it sounds just a bit too loud for me. Generally speaking, we are like I am planning on doing all of the quests that the game has to offer and trying to visit as many places as I can. Clearing pretty much full areas, not skipping anything. Yeah, sure, for a lot of action RPGs, this is not the proper approach, because you kind of overlevel a bit compared to your foes, but in my opinion, like, I'm okay with it. Okay, I am going to check just one more thing. Just one more thing. I want to check. I want to recheck the devotions. Okay, so it's red, yellow, green, and then into lion, assassin, blade. Okay, red, yellow, green, red, yellow, green. Because it's been a while since I played this class, like Summoner Conjurer, in Grim Dawn, and I have to refresh in my memories how exactly my devotions were set up there. This is going to be the tower where the boss of this tower is Countess. As far as I remember, tower is decently long and has a lot of enemies. My only problem currently is if I'm going to be utilizing skeleton mages, they will be utilizing like poison and elemental damage types, which are not going to be exactly boosted by the setup that I'm trying to go with. This may be a problem. This may be a problem, but then again, might not be a problem. Like, I don't know, there is like 80... like in Grim Dawn, you have like 51 or 55 devotion points that you can spread out. In this game, the game says to you, you have 81 points that you can put into devotion. So, needless to say, if it's going to be like 81 points, variety is going to be... Variety and possibilities are going to increase drastically because of that. So yeah, naturally 81 is way better than 50 something, but hey. I personally think that it is a lot. And I don't know how exactly it's going to play out in the end. It might be just over the top when it comes to devotion points. But then again, I don't know, like... You accumulate devotion points kind of slow in this modification, so yeah. who knows when we are going to reach that mark. But I'm not rushing, just as usual. I don't see the reason to rush, so yeah. Just going slowly but surely into this. Reason why I've chose OG Necromancer over the Necromancer of the Grim Dawn is because I just like him better. I especially like the skeleton mage kind of thing. That, in my personal opinion, is just better than Grim Dawns and skeleton mages. Simply put it, like, you have more variety if you're using those types of that type of skeleton mage. But hey, it's just my personal take on it. And technically speaking, I don't like the... In Grim Dawn you had this particular problem with Necromancer Summoner. And that problem had to deal with the fact that and this was a very noticeable problem, to be completely honest with you. So yes, he's fast when it comes to leveling. He's faster than, let's say, Conjurer Summoner, if you go with the Necromancer and not the Shaman first. As a summoner class. But there is one noticeable problem. In endgame, you're going to be completely devastated by pretty much everything that Grim Dawn's endgame had to offer. Because his summons are so squishy and they lose their value so fast that it's ridiculous. And this is why I do not... First, I do not recommend to play... Like, if you're playing Grim Dawn, not speaking about this modification, but if you're playing Grim Dawn, the main game, I would suggest you to stay away from the Necromancer, because it will bait you into thinking that, oh, while leveling it's good, while in endgame it's complete... It's awful, like, it's really awful, like. And it's just the problem of the balance issue that Grim Dawn has when it comes to, like, there isn't much to choose when it comes to summoners. There really isn't. It's just going Conjurer or like not going Necromancer. That's the thing. In here, I will be seeing like how different this Necromancer is going to be compared to the one from Grim Dawn. Hopefully, he is going to be more efficient. Okay, I'm just going to do it like this, and... I still don't know what type of golem I'm going to be using, to be completely honest with you. Bonus to all pets, plus health and health regen. Defense, increase projectile speed. Interesting. If I want my pets to be tanky, I can either go with the upper roll, or I can... I don't know. Well, anyway, 2 points into skill, 1 into mastery bar. I need to push it. I need to get those extra stats. So now I'm having 5 skeletons and not 4, which is really, really nice. 6 would be better. Also, the strong point that is going to help me out is that OG Necromancer has revive monsters, so in case something I can revive fallen enemies, like legit fallen enemies. Those enemies that I kill, I can later on revive, which should be good. Oh, I see. I'm like, why can I now summon 2 skeleton mages when I could only summon 1? And then I realize why. It's because of the skill shrine that gives +2 to every skill for the duration of the shrine. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, there are 3 levels for this tower. So to get the second skeleton mage, I need to put 2 points into skeleton mages. Yeah. But do I want this? That's the question. I mean, technically yes, but technically not so much. Because they're like, to enhance their damage, I have to put way more points into them, so that they will be on sort of similar level with my other, like, warriors, skeleton warriors. So it doesn't seem like there was any good loot dropping from this place. Maybe from the boss or from whoever is going to meet us here. I'm going to get something good. Regardless, I also want to see, like, when it comes to items, how many new items does this game have in comparison to OG Grim Dawn? Like, naturally I would want to see that. Some unique items I would also want to see, because like, there should be items boosting the skills of the classes from original Diablo 2, such as the class that I'm playing right now. Okay, so there is a giant pentagram here. And there is a hidden passage. Does this passage have? Does it have something interesting in here? Something that I can... Wait, it's just empty. Oh, okay. Nothing. It was secretive, but there was nothing there. Alright. Onwards. I spoke too soon about this place being gigantic. This place is not that big. It actually is kind of short. We're already at the floor where we are going to fight against the Countess. And yes, luckily I'm playing a summoner because of the fact that pattern of behavior of range enemies in this game, unlike Grim Dawn, they will be running away from you as soon as, like, you're trying to approach them. They will run away from you. And yeah, it's better than Diablo 1 was, for sure, because you have... your character is a bit more faster than he was in Diablo 1, but hey, still going to take a while to get to those enemies, especially in Act 5. It should be like that against those succubus enemies. It's like a goose chase. I want items. I want items that boost my pets. And yeah, I absolutely like that I can see those HP bars. It's so good. Because I know that in Diablo 2 there are a lot of dark areas. And I want to at least see who is attacking, what is attacking, and where this character is. I've played Grim Dawn for quite a while, and one thing that I can tell for sure that I just can't stand to play Grim Dawn if the modification Grim Internals is not working. Shout out to Arha Fish, who redeemed her chat points reward for a personal shout out. Yes, there are various rewards that you can go with when it comes to chat points. So if you want to, you can use them. Okay, so we are almost at where the boss of this place is going to be. I'm expecting kinda challenging encounter. Well, not so challenging actually. Or maybe challenging. We'll see. The smaller enemies are almost dead. Now it's time for the Countess herself. And she looks different from original Diablo 2. In Diablo 2 she had a bow and she was attacking you from a distance. In here she has melee weapon. One devotion point. Yes, going to be helpful. Angelic Mantle. It's a sad thing. And not for my class, so I'm not gonna bother with it. Chaos Vitality to Chaos Elemental Resistances. But mine gives intelligence. No, this one also gives intelligence. Okay, whatever. Alright, so the rune wards also are going to be present in this modification. Nice. Nice indeed. Anyway, we are done with the side quest, and now onwards. Onwards. To see what more awaits us. Another axe. I got pretty decent amount of those unique items already. 2 axes, 2-handed sword, some green items. So I would say that like drop rate is going to be higher here when it comes to comparing it to original Grim Dawn. Not Grim Dawn, but rather original Diablo 2. Alright. Instead of just waiting for them to attack the target that I want, I'm going to order them to attack the target that I want. Because otherwise it turns quickly into not such a great situation. And now it's time for this unique enemy who is going to quickly fall because he doesn't have anyone to support him. Alright. Done with this place. And since we have one more devotion point, over to Lion. Over to Lion we go. I'm just pretty much going to mimic the same devotion setup that I've used when I played Conjurer Summoner. And I will going to see how it's going to work in here. It should be fine. I don't know about skeleton mages, but for skeleton warriors, for golems, it should be working. It should be working fine. Also, I did mention it on the previous stream, but be aware of white enemies. I don't know if it has to deal with the fact that I have enabled veteran difficulty, but everyone in here just likes to bombard you with debuffs, especially when it comes to white enemies. Their auto attacks will going to apply something from 1 to 3 debuffs each white enemy's auto attacks. So just be aware of it, especially if playing melee character, because you will be exposed to enemies' attacks way often than summoner or range character, for example. And those debuffs, they just range from debuffing your attack damage, from reducing your defense, from applying damage over time effects, etc., etc. There's just way too much stuff that enemies can do. Well, as far as from what I can see on the screen, that is. I still haven't really decided on whether or not I will be going with... I probably what thing that I can do, I can go with secondary class, either being occultist or shaman. Generally speaking, I need an ultimate ability, an aura from, I guess, from shaman, because it has a boost to type of damage that I want. Our next destination point is going to be Monastery, where pretty much the final stretch of Act 1 is going to take place. There are going to be a bunch of quests that we'll need to complete there, but shouldn't be that difficult to perform. But hey, we will see how things are going to go when we are going to reach that place. And as usual, I'm just running around, checking every possible corner, because of the fact, like, maybe, like, on the previous stream I have managed to locate 2 secret bosses. Unfortunately, right now I cannot kill them, because of the fact that they are just kinda over the top. Especially with their like level, they both were level 18 and they both had roughly around 500,000 HP points, which is going to be pretty much impossible to kill right now. Plus, they will going to be regenerating their health quite fast, and I will be missing like more than half of my minion attacks. So yeah, not even going to bother with it because there is no point. I know where they are, so in case something, there is always a possibility to just come back there later when I will going to accumulate more levels and just beat them this way, instead of trying to bash my heads against them right now. I so much like the fact that they have decided, that they have managed to create those new assets for enemies. They didn't just take enemies from Grim Dawn and just slap them in here. Instead, they went with recreating the style of the original. For that, I really appreciate their work. Because as I said before, playing this feels like you're playing... It doesn't really feel like you're playing either Grim Dawn or Diablo 2. It feels more like you're playing combo of these two, which is not necessarily like you're playing something unique, I guess. Well, at least it feels like it. A standard pattern of leveling a class, unfortunately, I guess, won't going to work, especially if you will try to mimic like the standard game plan that you've used in Grim Dawn, because of the fact that you don't level as fast in here, and enemies can be relentless, especially if you're going with veteran mode included. Enemies will going to melt you quite fast. Elites especially. Elites are no joke here. Okay, so I guess this way is the monastery, which we don't really have to go there right now. I can explore this cave before I venture into the monastery. Should be leveling up quite soon. And what's this? Another secret location? I guess so. Am I going to run into another secret mini-boss that is going to be over the top and I will not going to kill him? Or is just a place that you can visit? It feels like it's just a place that you can visit. I'll wait. Wait, where am I going? Ah, oh, nice. So I have to rotate my camera around a little bit just to see where I'm going. So it there were 2 chests that contained some form of value items in there. And yes, in this game you will going to have socketed items in which you will going to put sockets that you find. Sockets like this. Well, if you play Diablo 2, you know what I mean. Pretty much that mechanic, and rune ward system also came into here. Well, at least I see some runes in here. Using any weapons and shields, offhands, head, chest, and like head, chest, armor, like you can use it anywhere you want. Okay, let me put some into here so that I will be able to summon 2 of them at a time. And still, I guess 1 point more into mastery bar. I should grab myself some form of a debuff. Some form of thing that I can use to attack enemies, because currently I'm just running around and doing nothing. I gotta get myself a debuff. Still interesting that despite kind of leveling, you can still see that my minions' health it drops. It drops kind of fast. So with enabled, that's with enabled veteran mode, because I don't necessarily know how much boost to stats does the enemies have when, like, I know how it works in Grim Dawn, and in Grim Dawn I'm so used to playing with veteran mode so that I don't even see, like I just slap the veteran modes and play it as usual, and it doesn't give me any sort of problems. In here I feel it's different, a bit different. Not impossible, but just different. And I'm so protected by my army of the dead, army of undead. What's even more interesting is the aggro system. It just works by itself. Like, I don't have to... Like, I have the golem for acting as a meat shield, but they are aggroing on pretty much skeletons also, which is good. Less time I will be attacked, the better it's going to be. I ain't necessarily the tankiest of all. My skeleton mage is trying to do something, but it just feels like... It just feels that they are weaker. Well, granted, like, compare 15 points into skeleton warriors and only 3 in skeleton mages. What more did I expect? I'm just looking at the picture from a perspective that, from a Grim Dawn perspective, where it is better to, like, it's not just better, it is kinda important not to mix up damage types and to stick with something, like one damage type at a time, like either be it physical, chaos, lightning, elemental sort of things. not just mixing them up randomly, because it won't going to work just as efficient as if it would if you stayed with one particular damage type, instead of just mishmashing everything into one pile. Granted, it might be different here, because first, I do not know how easily accessible are going to be the items that I might need, whether or not there are items that are going to be just better than those that I've used to use on when I played Grim Dawn Conjurer and stuff like that. I guess I will see how it's going to play out in the future. But as of for now, I don't feel like I'm being forced by my enemies to reconsider my decisions. At least not right now. One thing that kinda you have to look at when you, for example, if you play with as a summoner and you have range minions, you have to use pet attack command more often in here than you would normally use it in Grim Dawn, because of the fact that your range pets tend to get stuck a lot. But what I mean by stucking, not stucking in terrain, but rather stucking in place and just shooting a wall or something like that. And this is not really a good sign, because then their damage will just going to go to waste pretty fast. And just in general, use the pet attack command. This is something that I've spoken about in my Grim Dawn Conjurer build overview that I did for the Conjurer Summoner. And I was like saying, don't just stand there, like use your pet attack command, just move around, because moving target is harder to hit than the stationary one, and things like that. Small bits of information that might help you. Okay, so I'm done with pretty much all of those minions. Now it's time to kill the champion. No, this is an elite. Champions are the blue ones. Okay. Increases mana regeneration. Ah, great. I'm not even using it. My golem loses mana way faster than I do. Well, granted, I'm not even casting anything. For a character to lose mana, he has to at least cast some spells. And I'm unfortunately not casting anything. Well, not right now, at least. I will get myself, like, a curse or something to just throw it in there. Just as a way to help my army of the undead. Restless skeleton army. Pretty much all of the enemies that you have that you would normally face in Diablo 2 are here. which is really, really nice. And the fact that the music is here also, the original Diablo 2 music. It's been so long since I've heard those soundtracks. So nostalgic. Okay, I'm level 14. Let me change my offhand, my helmet. Do I have something else with bonuses to pets? No, not really. Magic damage? Nope. Nope. No, not really. So I don't have those things. Okay, time to kill the shamans, so that they will not going to annoy me that much. One thing that you might, well, we are going to move slightly away from discussing summoners in here and go a bit to discussing summoner in Grim Dawn. Problem that one might face when playing as a summoner is that in early stages of the game, well, pretty much until you get to late game, finding something good for a summoner will be a gigantic issue when it comes to like finding good loot that you might use. It's a problem. Yes, I know about it, but it's a payoff for how naturally easy it is to play a summoner while leveling. I would say a decent payoff. Because in the end game you're still going to have quite nice items that will carry you on quite efficiently. It's just that you have to get there. Wow, so many enemies, wow. It's so chaotic. There is going to be also like one particular problem that you might face. Like, for example, if you are used to play by the book, so to speak, by using someone else's build on YouTube, as far as from what I have saw, there aren't that many videos regarding this particular game mode and regarding the builds in general for this game. So I don't know, either like look up the forum or some other place to find something that will help you if you are used to play, if you're used to play utilizing a guide. Okay, mana. There's so many set items. So many set items that I don't even need. Well, because they are not for me. But still. An item is an item. Is there something here? There is a... Oh, there is a passage. Whoa. I have a feeling that I am going into another secret boss. Man, I'm not even doing damage to this guy. There is this one problem. Is that currently I will have no way of defeating this particular boss. He's still out-leveling me, and I'm just going to miss everything on him. So currently there are already 3 bosses that I cannot take right now. Putting some points into strength. By the way, the stat distribution, I don't know, I'm pumping into strength and intelligence just for, mostly into intelligence, strength just for being able to equip some items. But maybe not in the most efficient way. Most likely not in the most efficient way. Okay, I guess 2 right now into here, because on next level I want to grab myself golem modification. And 1 more here. Almost done with soft capping regular skeletons. Almost. Just 4 more points. Yes, leveling in here will be longer than in Grim Dawn. But partially it's actually better, because you won't get this like rushing so fast to level 100. You won't going to have that. You will gradually going to see what your class is capable of doing. It feels good. By the way, locations are going to be recreated in the way that they used to look in OG Diablo 2, giving you that same vibe, even though technically you are playing a modification, it's still going to be feeling like you're playing the original, just on a different engine. Do I need to go into town yet? No, not really. I also need to put components to increase my stats. You know, soft capping resistances or just increasing them. It's always kind of important to do. My poor Skellies getting beaten up out there. By the way, Golem value is kinda good in that even if he's level 1, he comes with built-into skills such as a charge attack and a charge attack, as well as rock shower ability. So he is good to have on your side. Plus, he's another target for your enemies to worry about before they reach you, if they ever reach you. The reason why now I reconsider the fact of going to go for Occultist. Yeah, he has pretty nice buffs to have, but I want to have a couple of Briar Thorns, and I want to have myself a Primal Spirit, especially if there is going to be an offhand, the green offhand that I've used to grant Primal Spirit a whole bunch of valuable stats, as well as reducing its cooldown reduction quite substantially. Basically turning Primal Spirit into a killing machine. I'm definitely not going to go for Necromancer combo. No way. As much as it sounds funny, unfortunately, you're going to run into issue that you're going to... Like, you will have a giant army, but the giant army is going to be useless, because there is just no stats that they will going to work with. Besides numbers. And it ain't that good. So no, Necromancer, unfortunately, is just for memeing. Meme purposes. Okay, find the Heretic Malice. I know that this hammer drops from blacksmith boss that you're going to fight in the monastery. Plus also the huge problem of having like a lot of pets. First of all, easy to get stuck, especially if it's going to be in narrow corridors. Second, cooldown for resummoning on Grim Dawn Necromancer, even with items for cooldown reduction and stuff like that, is still going to be very long, and his skeletons die pretty fast. So get bombarded with AoE, and within seconds you will lose pretty much all of your minions. And waiting for your cooldowns, it's just not something that is going to work out. At least this is how I think. Anyway. What is this? Great sword with 2 sockets. By the way, socketed items are purple. Purple color. I've seen a hammer that was also with 2 sockets. Actually, I don't need any of that. I need some form of like one hand caster weapons. I only now have actually decided to look that my marksman name is Fiona. Is this like Fiona from Shrek, or from Shrek the movie? the cartoon, I guess. Your mercenaries, I still haven't really understood on whether or not you're capable of giving them items, because it doesn't seem like they have an inventory or something like that. On the positive side, their level and their stats will be scaled with your main character's level and stats. I mean level. So they should kind of fix the issue of like level gap and usefulness of your mercenary, so that he is not going to be just the buffing machine that runs around and occasionally aggroes some enemies. Oh, hopefully. I don't know exactly. Alright. Holy moly. And despite out-leveling them, experience is still kinda nice. Like, I'm still getting decent amount of XP. My small army is doing something. Yay. One interesting thing is that your golem, as well as your mercenary, will actually going to have mana that they will going to spend on utilizing their skills. Oh, the smith. Holy sh... Also, this is why they have given me... Ow. Hey man, that hurts. This is why they've given me the altar with lightning resist. Because he is... feels like he is attacking with lightning. And it takes him ages to kill my skeletons. Poor you. Well, now the blacksmith in our encampment can enhance us, like, enhance one of our items. Which unfortunately I don't really want to enhance anything that I currently have, because I might get something better, might not. Oh. Gives him 2 intelligence things. But I'm losing a whole bunch of resistances. Nah, I'll stick with resistances right now. I'm just valuing them a bit higher than intelligence boost. Do I want to get myself an upgraded golem, or do I want to get myself a curse of some sort? Damage amplify. Reduces target physical resistances for 1 second. Into reducing their damage. Well, maybe. Damage reflect. Fumble. Oh. 75% fumble. And confuse. Now I think damage amplify. Damage amplify curse is going to be better. Because I've seen that it has some pretty solid modifiers, especially the ones that reduce resistances. Magic resist and poison. Ah, wait. Magic, poison, acid. I don't want to do a combination of magic and... Something tells me that if I'm going to go for a shaman, I would have to get rid of my skeleton mages. Because there is no way I'm going to go for a combined physical and magic damage summoner. I just don't see how it's going to work when it comes to, like, yeah, sure, I can throw some devotions, but when it comes to items, not happening. Increasing fire resistances by 75%. Ooh, how neat, even though technically I already don't need it because I have cleared this whole mess. Onwards. Onwards we go. Onwards. It's floor 3 or floor 4? I remember that this location is kinda big. Well, it was big in the original. Let me go and give back the quest. To sell the stuff that I don't need and to give back the quest. Nah. Sell this, and this. I don't know, since the inventory, like, not the inventory, but rather... the stash is so big, I just started stockpiling some green items here and there. Because it's not solo self-found, so... I can use them on other characters. I really need an amulet. Let it be this, just because it gives some resistances. I'll put it in there. I'm kind of messing up when it comes to like getting accustomed to those button clicking things, just because of the fact that I played before it. I played a little bit of Path of Exile, and there when you sell stuff and put it somewhere, like move items, different button combination has to be performed.
Oh, thanks so much for returning the Heraldric Malice. I will now imbue one of your items with magical powers.
New illusion added. What is this? Two-handed blunt. Is this your definition of
Greetings.
enhancing? I guess so. And it's useless for me. Charcy, you gave me such a useless item. But thank you anyway. It was a quest. When will I get to craft something? It's for level 18 that I will going to have to craft a relic. And I don't want to craft blue items. That's for sure. Okay. It's shift and left click. Okay. Fine. So now I need to slay Andariel. And to put one more devotion point into here. It's actually really interesting how, in the end, the devotion system and as well as that skill system and items, actually how mechanics of Grim Dawn synergizes with mechanics from Diablo 2. It's really interesting that this combo is even that it's working pretty decently. Feels good. It's like if you're tired of Grim Dawn, you can play Grim Dawn, but with a different take on it. With more D2 take on it. Or rather, you can play Diablo 2 with the Grim Dawn take on it. So many enemies, yet still interesting that they aren't really focusing on attacking me, they're attacking my pets most of the time. Oh yeah, by the way, the cooldown on resummoning Golem is kinda long. So you gotta be careful about that. How much the cooldown actually is? 25 seconds currently. It's like almost as long as Primal Spirit, if you go with Primal Spirit without any cooldown reduction and items that reduce its cooldown. Golem's Vigor. I guess, yes, but do I want Blood Golem? Do I want Iron Golem? Do I want Fire Golem? Iron Golem seems tankier than by stat-wise than Blood Golem. And Fire is more damaging. Oh, I actually want Amplify Damage Curse. Sorry, skeletons, but you'll have to wait, as I really want something to help you out with. So now the golem should have some form of aura that is going to be helping out. Oh, great. It works on one target. Really? No, it's 2-meter radius. It's 2-meter radius, yet still feels like it hits only one target. Why I am being attacked all of a sudden? Stop. Stop it. See how relentless enemies actually are? How they're beating up those poor skeletons. Unfortunately, it doesn't feel like he has a priority to re-summon those who have the lowest HP, to remove them and summon new ones instead of those. Instead, he goes for re-summoning just random ones that are not the ones who have the lowest HP. Okay. It feels good to know about that. That's for sure. Yeah, the range is kinda bad. On the first level, Curse of Frailty, it's well, Curse of Amplify, it's kinda even worse than Occultist, Curse of Frailty. Well, it's still better than having nothing, but it isn't saying too much. Well, it's better, again, better than having nothing. Ow. We are almost dead in that one particular fight. Okay. It will always going to be easy to spawn, like, where those elites with minions are. because their name will be yellow, and they will going to have like the name like minion on top of them, so it's going to be easier for you to figure that out if you have Grim Internals on. Because if you don't have it, well, good luck. Because it doesn't really showcasing their names. Luckily, Grim Internals works perfectly fine with this modification. So far so good, like, I still haven't died, but again, there were problematic situations for sure throughout this whole first act that isn't even yet over. Oh boy. Such a mess of a fight. Such a mess of a fight. Ooh. Well, luckily, this mess is over. Thank you for the following. Always laughing man. And thank you for redeeming the personal shout-out reward. So, shout-out to Always Laughing Man for redeeming his reward of a personal shoutout. And welcome to the stream. Where's this lead going? Holy moly. Now he's stuck at least. No, he's not stuck. He's unstuck. Okay, I'm just going to barricade him inside here so that he doesn't have anywhere to go. And just slowly wait until they will going to kill him. Very slowly. Are they even, like, hitting him? Dude, he went through. Oh my. I guess the character model was not in the proper position. Are they even attacking him? And some form of damage just hits him, but doesn't feel like they are doing anything. Yes, more or less it is like that, but cool thing about it is that it has plenty of new mechanics as well as like redrawn locations, character models and stuff like that. It has all of the classes from the original Diablo 2 as well as all of the classes from Green Dawn, and you can synergize them however you want. Also, they have brought like devotion thing in here. It's kind of like a perfect combo between those two. Has the original Diablo 2 music, voiceovers for characters, not for the main character, unfortunately, but for the NPCs in town, such as Deckard Cain and the rest of the cast. If you have, let's say, if you have original Grim Dawn as well as its DLCs, you can easily download this modification and try it yourself. Modification is free. It's actually interesting how for such a huge work that they have went with, it is totally free and everyone can access it. The name of it is Grim Dawn Diablo 2 Reign of Terror modification. I'm actually going to be even more precise by just dropping a link to it. See, it's even from Creative Entertainment official forum. It's pretty interesting, especially if you want to have some form of a refreshment on what Diablo 2 was, but if you don't want to play original Diablo 2 for some reason, you can try this one out. I really like the fact that they have a lot of variety when it comes to builds and stuff like that. The sheer fact that you have 81 devotion point comparing to original Grim Dawn having 50, comparing to Grim Dawn currently having like 50 something, plus a whole bunch of extra classes to choose from. It just really feels interesting to see how well those two games are combined between each other. Yes, you can respec your stat points, devotion points, and skills. However, like the amount, it's still under the question, like how often can you do that? Like currently I have received like one battle to respect my devotion and one for skills, I believe, or something like that. Yeah, so you can respec, that's for sure. You can respec because you have those items that you have in Grim Dawn that allows you to respec. The question is, how often can you do this? But the possibility is here. Respect is a really good thing to have, to be completely honest. Especially if you like to experiment and not just playing by someone else's build. having a possibility to respec and to respec points is very good. Helps a lot. Okay, I guess I'm not going to buy anything from here. Nah, not gonna buy anything. Because it's not gold that is the issue, but rather I don't want to use any of the stuff that he has to provide. Fortunately, not that many shamans are here, so no resurrecting for those smaller enemies. Oh, they piled so many barrels on top of each other, and each barrel was actually destructible. How nice. How nice of them to do this. Okay. It doesn't really matter whether I'm going to go here or there, I'm still going to return and check everything that I missed. Yeah, so the radius will increase with more points put into it. Need to have it like 5 meters or something like that, just for me to easily cover more enemies with it, with the debuff. Okay. Now, wait a second, there should be... Oh, there it is. I was looking... How can I actually get there? Turns out it was kinda easy. So it feels like all of your pets that this character is using, they have their built-in aggro, which helps a lot. And you don't necessarily have to have a specific summon for aggroing all of those enemies. like Briar Thorn from Shaman, or like Abomination from Necromancer. So keeping enemies at bay is should be a bit easier to perform. Because they will be too busy on dealing with other enemies, other minions. Okay, so my resistances against poison and acid is at a decent point. So for Andariel boss fight, it's going to be sufficient in case if I occasionally will going to get hit by her poison. I should be okay when it comes to at least surviving it. Alright, finally done with this place. Now, onwards. Still interesting that they decide to put Weird into those various places, secret places. But they unfortunately haven't given me the possibility to find his leg that is later on going to be used for crafting. Okay, can you get rid of the smaller enemies before fighting against the elite? Unfortunately, they still do have problem with AoE that is coming from those elites and from other enemies. Hello to you too, and welcome to the stream. Now, yes, you've missed quite a lot. You missed the fact that I have actually done a couple of quests, such as killing the Countess, such as killing the blacksmith. You also have missed that I've started to distribute devotion points in the same fashion that I used when I was leveling Conjurer Summoner. So yeah, you missed some of that. Now I have gained some levels. Unlocked Amplify Damage, which is going to be my source of debuffing enemies for minus physical resistances, which currently is super weak, only lasts for 1 second unfortunately, and has like 2-meter radius, which is pretty much nothing, because it barely hits one target, and it's kind of hard to land on multiple targets because they have to be standing like really close. Yes, I have enabled... I have decided to go with Grim Internals modification also, because I really want to see those HP bars as well as the names without hovering my mouse constantly over to see that. Because it just helps and saves a whole bunch of time. Now I also have figured out that basically skeleton warriors as well as golems, they do physical damage, while skeleton mages do magic damage, magic elemental damage, acid damage. I have, and now knowing that, I have kinda a problem when it comes to it feels like I won't going to be leveling up skeleton mages because of the fact that I will going to be going for a physical build, and they are not being boosted by physical and bleeding damage that I'm going to be using, unfortunately. And I have also came into a kind of a strange spot where technically I'm confused about with what secondary class am I going to go with. If I'm going to go with the cultist, I'm not going to get Shaman's ultimate ability, which is something that boosts physical damage for pets, which is going to be a big hit to the overall build. Occultist has good skills too that can be used as a support also, but then it means that I'm going to be playing without that ultimate ability from Shaman class, which is a big hit. Not to mention not having Briar Thorns as well as Primal Spirits. Which is kinda hard to neglect. So currently it's still undecided on whether or not I will go with the cultist or with the shaman. Would like to have both, but it's not possible because I went with a different main class. Okay, 2 points into here, and I guess... I guess 1 more point still goes into here. Yeah, this is exactly what I was like thinking about when it comes to like with whom to go with. Oh my god. What the? It's some crazy acid bombardment going on. And that's not Andariel, that's just some form of a mini-boss. Ow! Plus, I mean, I will going to get access to Briarthorn as well as Briarthorns, as well as Primal Spirit, as well as that bird. Familiar, the one that is going to help me a lot, basically. But another thing that I have to say is this initial stage of the game feels kind of rough when it comes to difficulty. Not impossible, but you have to put a lot of skill, to get through those elites, through bosses. It definitely isn't something that can be went through just by standing in one place and auto-attacking. But at the same time, I'm actually liking the fact that it is like that. Well, at least with veteran mode enabled, it is like that. Maybe if you disable it, it's going to be different, but I don't want to disable it. И их будет еще больше. Когда доберусь до ветки шамана, как второго класса, их будет еще больше, потому что я оттуда еще заберу пару призывов. Из экшен-РПГ пока что на ум приходит только одна из таких более новых. Называется Last Epoch. Там есть отдельно под каждого, получается, под каждый скилл призыва мобов. Отдельно можно прокачивать разные скиллы, которые будут в той или иной степени усилять этот скилл призыва мобов и самих монстров, соответственно. Это пока как бы единственное, что на ум приходит из таких игр. А так вроде бы других не знаю. Только вот один Last Epoch, который именно вот там получается все построение билдов сводится именно как раз к вот этому вот, то, что у тебя есть скиллы, и каждый из этих скиллов там, получается, можно порядка 20 очков внутри этих скиллов распределять на разные модификаторы. И от этого, по сути, меняется весь билд, меняется то, какой тип урона используется, и что дают, и что будут, как будет в итоге этот скилл работать. Feels like the gap between me and enemies is narrowing a little bit, so they are starting to become more relentless and more powerful, and I'm having more problems when it comes to killing them. But I'm approaching level 18, which is threshold for me when I can craft myself the first ever relic. Relic that should be helping a lot when it comes to boosting my power of boosting the power of my summons. All right. It's really good when first things first they are targeting the shaman, since he is the one who is capable of throwing some magic spells as well as re-summoning the fallen comrades. But it isn't going to be always when your pets are going to do this by themselves. In most cases, it's better to just order your minions to attack that specific target. I would say that plenty of uniques actually are dropping. So I guess drop rate of items is going to be more beginner friendly, because in OG Diablo 2 you wouldn't get that many uniques or set items. But I don't know. It's actually good. Because it's not that over the top when items are just falling non-stop on you. they're easier to get, but it still requires some form of effort to get them. Somehow I'm always missing the exact moment when my golem is being killed in the process. He takes a hit, but I guess I just need to put some more points into him. But points are so valuable, those skill points. And there are so many skills that I want to level up. Like, I want to empower Curse of Amplify, but at the same time I just want to get 20 out of 20 soft cap the skeletons. And since I'm not necessarily going to go for skeleton mages, because there are elemental type of pets, I think Skeleton Mastery is going to be a right choice, just to increase the power potential of my base skeletons that are doing physical damage. Although, I don't know. We shall see. If I am not mistaken, Catacombs level 3 or level 4 is where you get to fight the Andariel. If they did not shorten that number to 2 or something, then soon we're going to face the first act boss. I'm just looking at the walls because I know for a fact that there are some hidden places where you can go to in this place, in those catacombs. This isn't really a good idea. Can you guys kill those minions? Like, get off me. Come on. Kill the minions. I'm not the one who is attacking them. Yet still I'm the one who receives the beatdown. But I have to say that it's actually not that bad, because then my skeleton can survive longer and keep on just hammering down the other targets that have to get killed. plus 34% movement speed. Elemental poison resistance. Wow. Yeah, we'll lose 5% experience. And cold resist. But goddamn. Zoom zoom. Gotta go fast. I'm impressed that my minions are capable of critting that often. Those crits are nice to see. I really think that dynamite here is going to be used mostly for crafting, or should I rather say not crafting, but for disenchanting those epic items as well as set items. Currently I still haven't found any place where you can... You know, in Grim Dawn you had those places where you can destroy a wall or something to open up a passageway. Here I haven't seen that. So it really probably is going to be related towards using dynamite for disenchantment. I also got to put some components, at least in my main hand offhand, some components that will going to increase my minions' capabilities. Maybe their tankiness. They are currently struggling a bit with being tanky. And having that movement speed feels so good. Just super fast. Before fighting Andariel, I of course going to go towards the initial hub area, and I will going to change my... Not change, but rather craft myself a relic. Better be prepared for what has to come than to be sorry that you did not make all the necessary preparations. Okay, Catacombs level 2. The Banished. Who are they? I don't know who are they, but they are sure unfriendly. Two to 3 level gap between me and the enemy. The enemies. Actually, no. There are even enemies that are the same level as me. Holy. Holy. Can we reposition a bit? I'd say they are giving quite a hard beatdown for our poor skeletons. Especially those banished, who feels like they are so tanky. Ow! Stop it. Stop hitting me. Go hit someone else. Yeah, feels definitely hard. Difficulty is not impossible, but definitely not something that can be considered easy or anything like that. Everything explodes, every enemy applies some type of debuffs. Summon limit is going to be 5. No, summon limit 6 on level 20. Okay. Well, that's okay. So soft cap on this skill achieved. And I guess I'll just put one more point into here. Going to go a little bit differently. Oh, and at level 20, look, they have changed their equipment. Little details, but they're quite noticeable. And stop hitting me. Sheesh. They are so obsessed with killing the summoner. Yeah, even despite the fact that they kinda actually look... They look like... They technically look like those skeleton knights from Grimdawn Necromancer. You know, as there are 4 types. Barebone skeleton, skeleton archer, skeleton mage, and skeleton knight. They look like those knights, but a bit different. Knights had more armor. And when we look at the skeleton mage, they also have some interesting, unique details. Take a look at this skeleton to the left and the one that is to the right. The one that is to the left, he has offhand and main hand, as the one that is to the right only has offhand. He doesn't have a main hand. Guess he didn't receive it for some reason. It's interesting to see it as, like, when you are paying attention to details, or if you're someone who likes to pay attention to details. guess I should go to town and craft myself a relic. I will do it. I will go to town and get myself a relic. Whatever that relic is. Maybe it's useful. Maybe it's going to be useful. Maybe not. By the way, I remember you've asked about it, but you actually have runes in this game. You have runes in this game modification. I mean, I don't know if they are combined in rune words, but you have runes. So it's pretty interesting that even that particular thing makes an appearance. Okay, so this goes here. This goes here and this goes here. Sweet. So, going to craft myself a relic. Wait. Anything for minions? No. I also wonder, but I cannot say for sure. Like, keep in mind that for me, playing this is a first-time experience, so I naturally have no idea. I have no rune for a summoner. Well, that's bad. I can make myself equilibrium just for the sake of it, to increase intelligence and resistances and movement speed. But I do not have something for pets. Unfortunate. Do not have it. Also, I want to sell this. No rune for me. Well, I will live with it. Anyway, let's get back to business. So that we will finally finish Act 1 and see how the Act 2 looks like. Whoa, no. Even more movement speed. It's way too fast. I definitely can see when there's a huge pile of enemies and my minions are starting to attack randomly. Each one gets to fight someone. It takes a while for them to kill those enemies. So yeah, pet attack command is going to be a lifesaver. Life savior. Definitely. I remember that for level 18 there is a rune that has boost for minions. But keep in mind that you also have to collect recipes if you want to get those. Unlock the possibility to craft such things. Yeah, I really have to order them around. Otherwise they don't seem like doing good job at focusing the right targets. That's what I want to say. And resummoning 3 skeletons at a time is better than resummoning 2 skeletons and having only 5 as a limit. From what I understood, the overcap possibility for Diablo 2 classes in this mod is going to be plus 20 above the soft cap. So for example, I can technically ram this one up to plus 20 over the soft cap. This will result in the overall level of the skill being plus 40. But that's probably having to get, I don't know, top gear or something like that, or some form of a set. Oh, and of course I had to aggro. I had to aggro an elite. Ow. Minions, protect your master. Kill this. Kill this wretch. So thus far, not only you have the crafting that came from Grim Dawn, as well as components, but you also have jewels, and you have the rune ward system, which I don't yet know if you can combine those smaller parts of the rune wards into the big rune wards. If you can, then it's going to be good. But the only problem is, I have absolutely zero idea how the rune ward system works in Diablo 2. Despite I played it, I played mostly original Diablo 2, not the Lord of Destruction. I played original one more than I played Lord of Destruction. And when I played Lord of Destruction, because it was so long time ago, and I had no idea what I was... pretty much had no idea what I was doing there. Like, I had the general kind of understanding, but going as far to figuring out how this whole rune system works... Am I going into another place where I can find another optional boss? Yes. He's level 21. You know what? I opened the chest. I don't want to fight him. Why did they have so much HP? How do you even kill this thing? Like, right now, how would I even kill this thing? I barely was able to get rid of 3000 HP from this. Unfortunately, no. That's actually the first time I'm hearing this name. Is this some form of like visual novel sort of game? I'm just assuming by the name of it. It's an RPG. Oh. Interesting. Usually yeah, well, technically this can be considered, well, not can be, it is an RPG. Well, you role-playing, technically. It's just a subgenre of the bigger genre of stuff that can be called role-playing game. So far we've met with 5 of those secret bosses, and none of those 5 secret bosses we can take down because they have some gigantic HP pool, and we are missing, like, our undead army is missing most of their attacks on those mini bosses. They're difficult to fight against. And I can't even say, like, if it's worth it or not. By the way, I could have went and using this shortcut, but hey, I missed it. Where to go, what to do. I've heard about it. I heard about it, and I tried to play some games like Icewind Dale, Baldur's Gate, and other games of that time. Well, I don't really have problems with slow-paced games, to be honest. They aren't really bothering me too much, even if they are slow pace. Plus, they have some interesting depth about them, especially this whole party building system. Everyone gets their role and everyone gets to do anything. My huge mistake was when I tried to initially play those types of games is that I tried to do it like solo without other party members, it turned into a complete mess pretty fast. Because once again, wasn't even knowing what I was doing, to be completely honest, when I was playing solo. It's better to play those games when you have party of various characters. Definitely better than just trying to go through it solo. Like going through that game when you have only one character, this is something that those who have played this game like plenty of times and they know what they're doing and they know all the stuff, they will going to have easier time like knowing how, what build to go with, what stats to increase, where to go, what to do. And for them it might not be that big of an issue. Whew. Okay. And we're almost there. We are almost at Andariel. Thanks for the following, Nirebok 2020. Welcome to the stream. We are approaching a boss fight against Andariel. And I'm already doing mistake because I aggroed a pack of minions with an elite enemy there. Thank God I haven't entered the room itself and aggroed Andariel, because then it would turn out not that well for me. All right. And now it's time. Is it time to fight her, or can we clear the room a bit more? I guess we can try to clean the room. Hopefully her aggro range is not over the top and she will not going to run at me. I want to have space to work with, especially because I do not know how she is designed here. Maybe I will need all that space, maybe I will not. Regardless. Plus I will going to get my level 19 before the fight against the main bad guy is going to happen. For a second duration. Okay. Wait, it's interesting. It says 4-second duration. But reduction of target's physical resistance is only for 1 second. But what exactly... Interesting. What exactly lasts for 4 seconds if a debuff that reduces resistances lasts for 1 second. And that's interesting. It says for a second, but the debuff minus resistances lasts only 1 second. Interesting. Oh. Well, first to kill everything that... Whoa, 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 whoa. That was unexpected. Okay, so she throws rocks at me, and this is what does so much damage to me. And she has 500,000 HP. I was absolutely correct when I actually said that I will need all that space. I guess as a melee character, it is safe to assume that you will just going to need to turn off the veteran difficulty. Finally found a place where I would need to use my mana potions. Oh. How nice. Well, I need my full mana and I need my cooldowns. Golem just explodes in just 1 second. Oh, okay. So, she can drain mana, that's one thing. The other thing I have to take care of is to remove my minions from the pool of acid that she summons. Because that thing pretty much just kills them almost instantly. Micromanagement. Good lord, so much damage. Oh. It reminds me like she's some kind of a... You know that super bosses in Grim Dawn? Kalagatra... No, actually, something like McDragon is the direct comparison to her would be McDragon, because you also need to move away your minions from his void zones, so they will not going to die so fast. I'm doing a very poor job at it, but still. Such a dangerous boss and so early on. Ow. I tried to move them away, but like half of my pets will just going to disappear within seconds. Maybe it has to deal with the fact that they have low resistances towards the type of damage that she's doing, which is acid in this case. Okay. Sweet. I moved them from one place and they immediately found a way to die in the other place. Interesting take on this particular boss fight. Also, I wonder, can I? No. I was thinking, can I actually like do the same healing of my companion by utilizing Diablo 2 technique when you grab a potion and you drag it towards the portrait of your companion, and this way you can heal him. It didn't happen. Oh well. It was worth at least a try. Move away from the poison.
I don't have enough energy.
Fight against her in original Diablo 2 was a bit easier, as she didn't have that much damage, and she did not cast so many damaging over time skills. I mean, she still had the poison acid thing, and you had to heal yourself from poison, but it wasn't that threatening. Doable, but hard. I want to wait until she's going to cast her. She's going to cast her pool of acid. Okay, she's on me. Which means she might whiff her. Yes, she did. She whiffed her poison pool or acid pool. Whatever. There she goes. First act boss is taken out. Took way longer than I have expected, but worth it, because this is our ticket to Act 2. Act 2, here I go. One unfortunate thing, and I don't know if they could have possibly made it possible. There are no cutscenes. There are no cutscenes in between acts. Would have liked to see them, but there aren't. Okay, magic resistance, chaos, and Pierce. Is it worth, though? No, not really. Okay. Let me put everything into here. I didn't mean to use it, but oh well. Yes, I've used it. So, what can we do now? We of course need to go into the next act. But before that...
Rejoice. We owe you a debt we can never repay. I only hope that in time we will be able to rebuild our order. All our thanks go with you, my friend.
Before that, we will going to speak with a bunch of NPCs.
Return of the Heraldric Malice is but one step in claiming the monastery. I thought the stories of treasure in the tower were nothing but lies. I am glad you found something of value in that death trap. Would that our sisters had been so fortunate.
Nice. She went into reverse order on the things that I have already done. By saying thanks to killing Andariel, by then saying stuff about the malice, and by then afterwards saying about the tower. Even though things happened in a different order, from what she said. Oh well.
Greetings.
Whatever it is.
Stay a while and listen.
The caravan is prepared. We may now journey eastward to Route Golain.
One devotion point and some gold, I guess. Devotion point goes into here. Lion Constellation completed. The next one is going to be Assassin's Blade. Again, I am mimicking the same devotion setup that I've used when I leveled up Conjurer Summoner in Grim Dawn. So whether or not it will going to work or not, that's a different story. Travel to the east. Act 2, Loot Golain.
Now that Andariel is dead, I can return and outfit the rogues properly. Once I've made some trades here, I'll be free to head back to their monastery. Let me know if you want to travel along. Greetings, my friend.
Show me the next chapter of the story of the Dark Wanderer.
Greetings, my friend.
Oh, there's a cutscene. Act 2. But what about Act 1? Oh well.
We traveled east, over the mountains and into the vast deserts of broken lands. As the days passed, my companion told me of himself, that he had once been a great warrior, and that a dark and secret burden now weighed heavily upon him. We traveled for an eternity across that arid wasteland. How long? I couldn't say. And always, a dark cloud seemed to follow us just over the horizon. Finally, the journey ended. We climbed the last bridge. There below us lay our destination. made camp there last night. Perhaps it was the warm desert wind or the sound of the ocean, but for the first time in many weeks, I slept. However, the dreams returned, but these were clearly not my own. I beheld a vision of a great man, the mage, Talrasha. You were there too, Tyrael. I remember seeing you in my dream. His brethren had cornered a great demon, Baal, Lord of Destruction, who had been set loose upon the world. They attempted to imprison the demon within a sacred stone. Yet when their attempts failed, Talrasha selflessly volunteered to contain the demon within himself, completing the prison. He instructed his brethren to bind him within a tomb, buried under the sand, there to wrestle with the demon for all eternity.
Now you know what I seek, Marius. This is my brother. Sleep now. We set out with the dawn.
The next morning, we walked over the hill toward Lut Gholein. I had no idea then of the horrors that were in store for me there.
OG cutscene. OG D2 cutscene in Grim Dawn. Okay. It still was interesting, the fact that the first cutscene was missing. Maybe I missed it somewhere. Maybe not. But anyway, brief exposition for what awaits us in Act 2. Lut Gholein, which is desert. Oh boy. And I sure love deserts. I actually don't like deserts.
One of the new heroes who've come to rid our city of evil. Under any other circumstances, I'd be surprised to see one of your kind in the city. But lately, oh, never mind all that. You know, I used to be quite the scoundrel in my day. I led the fiercest group of bandits who ever terrorized these sands. Nowadays, I run this here inn and pretty much stay out of trouble. My days of adventuring are behind me. Hi there.
So basically, I want to see how they actually have redone locations in the sand area. Maybe they are going to be quite like better designed than they were in the original, with some cool looking oases. We shall see.
You wonder how this town manages to stay safe with all the trouble going on out in the desert. Well, I can tell you that it's got nothing to do with the local town guards. They're all in the palace for some reason. Jaren hired me and my mercenaries to help keep the peace around here. We're not cheap, but we're the best this wasteland has to offer. Be careful out there.
Hired desert mercenary. Prayer Aura, Thorns Aura, Blessed Aim, Holy Freeze, Might Aura. Don't exactly know whom to pick. I guess Kasim. Yes, I'm gonna spend half of my money that I have to get myself Kasim. Alrighty, change my mercenary. Oh boy. I am listening to the main dialogues and stuff like that, because if I will going to go and listen to like everything, it will going to take ages and we will not make any progress. if you really want to listen to it all, and by the way, here you can remove the skill points that you don't want to and put them in the stuff that you would want to put them in. But basically, either play Diablo 2 original, or you can play this modification. Whatever suits you, play it. The game is great.
I'm impressed, stranger. That couldn't have been easy. My name is Drogman, and I know what you're up against, my friend. You ought to look over my inventory of items for trade.
For, like, in shorts, if you have Grim Dawn with all of its DLCs, this is great. You can just simply grab yourself, download the DLC, not the DLC, download the modification, install and play. It's really easy. It's really easy to do. So don't worry about it. It doesn't, like, the process of installation and all that thing is very easy to comprehend. And what's also cool about it is that while you have this modification, you can still play original game, because they coexist. You want to play modification, you go into a custom game and you play modification. If you want to play original, you play original. I was interested in whether or not it is possible to do that, and yes, it is possible.
Greetings. I'm Mashif, captain of this ship here. I make port runs around the Twin Seas and occasionally out to Kingsport in Westmarch. I haven't sailed anywhere lately, though. Jaren has ordered me to stay docked here in case of emergency. Ahoy, mate.
Basically, he's going to bring us over to Act 3, which is to the lands of Paladins. But that's going to happen only after we complete everything in Act 2. Now let's talk with other locals and proceed. And I technically... do I want to get rid of my points that I've placed into skeleton mages? I wonder.
Greetings, honored traveler. I am Jaren, Lord of Lut Gholein, and I bid you welcome to my fair port city. I'm glad to know that once again, caravans are free to travel through the Western Pass. For some time now, we have been under siege by an evil power that I cannot identify. Strange, it all began when a dark wanderer came this way, looking for the tomb of Tal Rasha. No one knows exactly where Tal Rasha, Keeper of Vale, is entombed, but it is certain to be far out in the desert. Now my people whisper tales of the dead rising from their tombs, and horrible creatures lurking amongst the moonlit dunes. Even I have witnessed things which I cannot explain. I've ordered the port closed and all trade ships moored until I am sure that my city is safe. Atma, the tavern keeper, has an important mission for you. Go see her immediately. You'll find her on the other side of town. Now I must return to the palace. I apologize, but I can't invite you in. Things are rather a mess right now. For trade in magic and the like, see Drognin or Lysander. Drognin is the wisest man I know, without equal in magic and ancient lore. Poor Lysander is nearly deaf, but he's a reliable potion chemist. For travel back west, see Wariv, whom you already know. Our own Farah is a fine and honest armorer, and she can heal wounds as well. Elzix is the innkeeper, and may also have some items to trade. Graves, the mercenary captain I hired to secure the gates of Lut Gholein, keeps order in town as well. There are others here too. I'm sure you'll meet most of them. Just look around. I grant you audience.
So I can't
open that.
go there right now, and it's going to take a while until we're actually going to have an access to the palace, but basically the town is in isolation due to, of course, demons rampaging. Like, who else? demons are everywhere.
Stay a while and listen.
I know much about the ancient religions. I was trained as a paladin of Zakarum in the Eastern Kuras Temple many years ago. Blessings to you.
Heal wounds. Forge. Buy some stuff. That unfortunately, like, I would like to have some form of item that will going to boost my pets, but I guess not.
Trust you, You may be as shifty as that pack rat Elzix who runs the inn. But if you need a potion, though, I suppose I can make you one. For a price of gold. What the hell?
Okay. Oh, potions. Ointments. That's kind of the potions that they were talking about. Oh, okay. Ointments, then ointments it is. Now, what are we going to do next? Grab ourselves a main quest that we'll need to perform, and all damage, knockdown. I don't really know what to do right now with all of those runes. Either to keep them. Shield block chance for pets. Wow. Really? That's unusual. And I don't really know. If I'm going to put them right now, can I extract them from items? Like for example, when you play Grim Dawn, you can extract components and augment the components from items. Can you do that here? If yes, it's good. Let's put one here. Especially because it gives quite an interesting thing, like additional threat generation, which is good. More provoke. Total speed, which means move speed, attack speed, cast speed, etc. So all kinds of speeds. Bleeding resistance, total speed. Let's just put one in one of various. At least like that. I'll leave those be. And do I have something for bleeding and pierce? Let's check this out. Bleeding damage, pierce damage. Nope, doesn't feel like it. But can I craft them? That's a different thing. So bleed. Yeah, I would if I could. I can craft some resilient plating just to increase the pierce resist. But I'd rather not to, because I don't have... Okay. Pierce, vitality, and bleeding resist. Let's use this one. Although for level 22 we are going to have another... Okay. I will not. It's such a hard choice. I just don't have enough crafting materials, and it feels like there's short supplies of crafting materials that they are providing you with.
I don't know why you people keep pestering me. Graze seems to have this place locked down nice and tight.
Not that I couldn't have done the same. I've proven my valor in combat plenty of times. Huh?
Okay.
You'll forgive me if I seem upset. I've suffered a loss recently. But that's not your problem. It's a relief to see some proper warriors come through here. My name is Atma. I run the tavern here in Lutko Lane. I don't expect this of you, but if you want to help me, I would be grateful. In the sewers below our city, there lurks a horrid creature that hungers for human flesh. The creature has killed many, including my son and my husband. If you destroy it, I will reward you. Please, be careful though. That beast has taken enough from us already. The sewer entrance is through the trapdoor, just up the street.
Our first quest in this.
The creature makes its lair in the tunnels beneath the city.
In this act is going to be to go into the sewers and to defeat the one who is summoning the undead monsters. By the way, if you want something funny to watch when it comes to related to Diablo 2 content, cardboard animation made quite interesting short videos that are funny as hell, and they're really interesting to watch when it comes to especially if you're familiar with Diablo 2 story and stuff like that, and you've played Diablo 2 in the past. Like, there's so many funny stuff there. And yeah, it feels like this whole amplified damage curse, it lasts for the 4 seconds, not 1 second, like it says that 10% reduction to physical resistance is for 1 second. No, it lasts for 4 seconds. So yeah, there is a confusion there. But this confusion is easily resolved if you just ignore the fact that it's written like 1 second there. And by the way, take a look. Even though I am clearing like everything, the enemy's level is still very close to mine. They're level 18. Compared to my level 19, which I find interesting and helpful. Just one stab from an enemy and I have like 6 debuffs. Holy hell, man. Why so much? Why so much debuffs? It's like crazy. It's the amount of debuffs, like those white enemies apply as much debuffs as you would receive from, say, going in Shattered Realm and fighting some Nemesis bosses there. Like really a lot of debuffs. So I don't know, maybe if you play a melee character, it's best to avoid a veteran modifier of difficulty. Because it's kind of rough. It's rough playing with it. feels like my skeletons have become a bit faster and more efficient wise when it comes to how fast they are killing their targets. Funny thing is, even though if I will be just running around and spamming this curse, my mana doesn't go anywhere. And the curse doesn't even have cooldown, so I can literally just run around and spam it. What are my pets doing, by the way? They just ran away, started to hit each one started to hit a different target, and this is why it took them ages to even kill anyone. Oh, Ludgalain. Deserts, sewers. Oh boy. For some reason, in various different games, be it action RPG games or any other type of game, the most dislikable levels are actually sewer levels and deserts. Because it feels like nothing really happens there. I still haven't decided on what type of golem am I going to go with. Blood Golem has HP and defense, but then Iron Golem has more HP and defense than the Blood Golem does. And unfortunately, it doesn't really say they don't really say what type of skill difference do they have, if they even have skill difference. Which probably maybe they should have some skill variety and not just stat-wise variety. Slowly but surely I'm just grinding down all of those undead. And my either enemies became weaker or my pets became stronger. I think that the second one is the case. One thing that I really liked about the thing that I liked about Necromancer in Diablo 2 compared to Grim Dawn's Necromancer is the fact that, like, for example, his skeleton mages can be of a different, can use different magic, ranging from fire, lightning, ice, like this purple. The purple one is the magic. It's called magic thing here, and they also can be poisonous. Instead of when you play, if you play it in Grim Dawn, you have skeleton mages, but they are skeleton mages that will 100% of the time just shoot those meteors and fire shotgun ability, and that's their they don't really change, neither visually nor like they don't have the same in-depth as skeleton mages here have. And to make them different, you have to change the elemental type of damage, which still will going to look the same and feel the same. All right. Well, okay, let it be Blood Golem. Okay. What next, though? What do I want to go next with? Stat-wise, everything looks interesting. When it comes to how much they give. One point goes into Mastery Bar, that's for sure. And then what? Amplify damage? Curse? No. I'll go with this. I'll go this way, like distributing points in this fashion. Oh, look, we have a Blood Golem now. Who is like the previous Golem, but he's red. Red color. Fortunately, also gets beaten up by everyone. Point of the matter is, like, you should try to spend more time into deciding what exactly, like, how you want to distribute your skill points, and the reason for it being pretty simple, you receive levels in this modification. You receive levels slower than you would in Grim Dawn, so this is the reason why you have to also have some form of plan in your head when it comes to, well, how exactly are you going to plan your leveling pattern so that you will not going to struggle too much while leveling. Okay, what sort of items did I get? Various. Oh my. Has bonuses to pets, but it doesn't have, like, I need way more strength to be able to carry this thing. I don't have it. God damn it. Turns out I'm weak. A weak physique doesn't allow me to grab myself an item. And it's so dangerous to just allow white enemies to get closer to you. Not just because of their physical attacks, but rather because of their debuffs. But you know, so far so good. This location kinda... It kinda reminds me, really, of the Diablo 2 sewer level. With the Grim Dawn take on it, but... as with the rest, it feels just about right. It's almost the same, but not exactly the same. As with everything thus far. Six debuffs plus poison. God damn. Never would I have actually thought that while playing something as simple as a modification for the game, I would feel like I'm playing a total different game, like entirely total different one. Though naturally I'm the person who doesn't really use that much modifications for games whatsoever. And maybe it's a normal cause, but for me, exploring and stumbling upon something like this really feels interesting, and I am, like... I'm having fun, which is one of the most important things to have when playing a game, is to have fun with it. And even though, yeah, I'm technically playing Grim Dawn, but not entirely. Because of how much new stuff that they have added into this. Good, good, good. Fighting a whole bunch of ointments, even though, as you have already seen, you can... there is a vendor that sells ointments, and you can technically use those if you want to. Or you can go old-fashioned and just craft them yourself. It takes a while to kill those. But it isn't something over the top. Over the top difficult battles. Ow. It's like pro tip number one: if you're a summoner, don't let those guys get too close to you. God damn, they not only hurt, but the debuffs. I'm just trying to look at whether or not I have something that I can equip. Something interesting. And switching over to Kasim was, I'd say, a good idea. As he's going to be melee character who is not going to get stuck and shoot walls or terrain or something like that. Plus since he's going to be more close range-ish. Oh yes. The good old, you hit them and they shoot lightning all over the place. Well, they died fast at least. But yeah, his aura is going to be, because we mostly are in close proximity from each other, his aura is going to work pretty much all of the time, instead of when you have the archer. His aura, like her aura is going to lose its value because of how tight the positioning for everyone has to be, because the range of her aura isn't that huge. And so mostly only the minions that are close to her, such as mages, are going to receive that benefit. Whew. That's really a lot of talking. Okay, one more point into here. Summon resists. Raises the elemental resistances of your... Oh my... Holy moly. Something tells me that this is going to be a must-have and it has to be overcapped. Oh boy. Basically, it's all resistances plus resistances to any type of crowd control. Really? And 20 points into it as well? Holy... I'm just gonna put 1 point to see. Also, it gives like 1 + 1 + 2 to... No, actually gives... Yeah. Ranges from +1 to +2 per level. I mean, various skills that will going to be synergizing between each other, as well as synergizing with items that will going to give sort of similar effects. Yeah, there is such thing. This is why also in Grim Dawn such thing as dual class is kind of mandatory because of the synergy between skills of two classes. They will going to complement each other quite well. But yeah, good thing that I have found this skill in this tree. Found another skill where putting points is going to be valuable, I'd say. I don't know, at around level 50 or something like that, I will finally have a possibility to get myself a second class and also start to invest some points into the second class. Possibly. Possibly. Because currently my whole playstyle is to just run around and throw some debuffs there. Maybe if it's going to be worth it, I will try to. Yeah, there were some really, from what I've saw, like, or heard about, it's a skeleton, not the skeleton, but basically bone spear was kind of a must have. It's going to be interesting to see how all of those possibilities, how they are functioning in this particular mod for Grim Dawn. Because variety is crazy, come to think of it. There's so much to choose from. It is really interesting how, like, even though Grim Dawn itself already had some really interesting and somewhat complicated building system. Or should not complicated, but rather it already had like a lot of possibilities, and combining it now with classes from Diablo 2, like the variety became even more obvious. Resist debuff, aura, or skill. Yes, he has this debuffing thing. One of the best debuffing tools in the game. Occultist class has in a form of also something called Curse of Frailty, which has some amazing debuffs to resistances as well as movement speed and overall reducing enemies' offensive and defensive capabilities. There is plenty of it. One thing that is still going to be kind of interesting to figure out when it comes to late game items, how do they look like and where exactly are they farmable? Because yeah, in Grim Dawn most of the late game items, late game sets are like you can either get the recipe if you're lucky and craft those, or you can farm them, but most of them they do not have a specific place for farming, so you can get them from anywhere on the map, from any boss, any monster, any chest, anything. Yeah, that's also the thing. Respecking will going to help a lot with this, like getting to end game. I don't know if they have some form of a database for all of the items that they have. That would be really nice. I know that Grim Dawn has a very wonderful website called Grim Tools, where you basically can find anything you want about the item, about the recipe, about anything, starting from where does it drop, if it drops anywhere from a specific enemy or something like that, what does it give, what range of stat it has. Just for figuring out like what sort of items did they include it in this modification, because I've seen new items definitely already that they have put in here. Oh, how long was it? I don't know exactly. A year or two? I might be mistaken when I'm saying those numbers. It's kind of new, and they are updating it quite often when it comes to like fixing some game bugs, adding something new. So it's still a work in progress, sort of modification. But it says that it has like all 5 acts available, and judging from the looks of it, currently, well, we are still in Act 2, but currently it works just fine. Yes, you can do it. For going into, like, if you want to go in back towards the normal games, so base Grim Dawn and modification, when I will going to finish with this quest, I will going to show exactly how you can do it. But basically it's just hopping from custom game over to normal game, and that's it. They have different save file locations, and they're separate from each other. I also, when, like, even before, like, installing this modification, I was also thinking, well, how can I access the main Grim Dawn game if I want to? Yes, you can. Okay, so it's going to be in this place where the quest enemies. Well, the poison that they are leaving is definitely not as strong as Andariel's one. At least it doesn't explode my minions' skeletons in seconds. Oh, leave me be, come on. Phew. At least all of them are dead. Can I really not heal him? Nope. Doesn't feel like it. Well, that's kinda unfortunate. I can't heal him, but well, at least with the potion. But on the other side of things, I can re-summon him. If he is going to die, I can re-summon him just like I normally would with any other fallen minion that I have. Every enemy asset thus far looks almost pretty much just exactly like it had been taken from Diablo 2, but was redone specifically for this engine, which is good. Initially, when I was looking whether or not to play it or not, I was thinking that, well, that they will just going to put the same enemies from Grim Dawn and they will not going to bother with it. But I was pleasantly surprised to see that no, they actually went so far and just changed, like drawn all of those models. It feels nice. All right. Onwards, onwards. Onwards. Again, just one into here, and I guess one over here and one over here. And just to pump their defensive, offensive ability a little bit more. Can I equip that thing that's... Oh no, it's still short. Still short when it comes to strength. I mean, it does give some bonuses towards pets, so I want to have that. Okay, it might not be that obvious because the shrine will not going to exactly tell you what it does, but basically before activating Shrine of Fate, do make sure that you have gotten rid of the enemies around, because sometimes the shrine can spawn 1, 2, maybe more elites. It is kind of random. It might give you random debuff or a bunch of gold or spawn some elites, so it's a random shrine and you are not... There's no way that you can figure out what it will going to give to you. It's random. So see, it gave me a random negative effect right now. It also can give positive effects, like some buffs or something like that. Or it can spawn elites. Thus far, those are the things that's like that it's done for me when I was activating it. Possibly, maybe it can do something else as well, but I'm not sure what else it can do. Wait, how did you end up in there? Oh, you teleported. Oh, okay. I am from Moldova. It's a country that is You can find it between Ukraine and Romania. Kinda small one. But it's somewhere out there. Most people, when you mention this country to them, they will not going to know exactly where it is. So the easiest way that I found is to just say like the name of the country and say like approximately where it is located, so that it would be easier for them to understand. It's actually kind of interesting, but in this country, like a lot of people usually know more than 2 languages. Like 2 languages is basically a norm in this country. And usually inhabitants here know like 3 to 4 for them is kind of natural. So when it comes to like language-wise, they try to know like the more the better. In that kind of fashion. I personally do consider that the more languages you know, the better it is for you. Like, you might not use all of them, but it kind of opens up more possibilities for you. All right. Let us find where is that quest boss. Where he is? Where is he hiding? Also, I want to mention, and it is going to be related both to, like, if you are a newcomer to Grim Dawn, and naturally when or if you're going to want to play this modification, try to, when you are exploring, try to also do some deep exploration. What I mean by that is try to search for some hidden passages and stuff like that, because both Grim Dawn and this modification also have a lot of secret passages, and usually there is something interesting in there, such as some form of a rare item or some form of a mini-boss. Like, I already have managed to find 5 mini-bosses just in Act 1. Like, 5 hidden locations where you can find 5 like mini bosses. It is still unknown to me what exactly will they going to give to you when you are going to kill them, because their level and their health is kind of over the top a bit for early stages when you just meet them, but still they are there. And in case something, exploration in those games is rewarded. Like, speaking as a person who played Grim Dawn quite a lot, exploring helps you to find those secrets, and just naturally gives a reason for you to go a bit out of your way and not just straightforward from point A to point B kind of playstyle. At least during your initial like playthroughs, 1 or 2 playthroughs, you can and you should try to explore a bit. One unfortunate thing when it comes to what this modification it doesn't have, value of the Deckard Cain as the person who is going to identify items for you. Like, you don't have identifying a scroll of identifying in this game, and Deckard Cain does not identify anything for you because everything is already identified just as you pick it up. You don't need to have any sort of books or something like that. And yes, no stamina bar. No stamina bar, no books of portal, no books of identify. Those things are gone. Oh, by the way, I don't know about the Cube of Heraldric, if it's here or not. I haven't reached it yet. But for crafting, you have a different tool. Like, you can craft using the blacksmith. Well, it's the same crafting as you would normally do when you play when you are going to play Grim Dawn. You are going to use blacksmith to craft you something, and it's the same situation here. And also you'll have an enormous stash as well as inventory for you to play with. So there isn't going to be any kind of need for you to hop in and out of go into town to sell stuff that often. But the biggest thing here is actually the stash. It's gigantic. It's even bigger than Grim Dawn, and I already considered that stash in Grim Dawn was enormous. And in here it's triple the size of that stash. Like, you'll have so many room to put those items in. And it's good because in those types of games, the more space you have to stash whatever items, components, the more the better. All right. So. Now it's time for the main show of this location. Ah, okay, he's going after me. Oh, good luck. Good luck trying. I'm moving pretty fast, so he is not going to reach me. Unfortunately, he's not resummoning. He's not resummoning those... Why doesn't he resummon them? All he does is just... No, he does kinda resummon, but... Nah. Well, I have to be careful. Hits a lot. To protect myself from his projectiles, I can just stand behind my skeletons. Yeah, something like that. Oh no, it doesn't work. It goes through them. Unfortunate. Such a stubborn boss battle. I mean, not the boss battle, but such a stubborn boss. Doesn't even aggro on anyone but me. Come on. Almost. His grey projectile is the only thing I need to be afraid of here. Because outside of that, he's just going to be resummoning those horror skeletons, and that's it. Creek's Cleaver. All right. Vitality, dexterity. Well, it ain't really for me. This one is, but it's a two-handed. Okay, time to get out of here. So nice that the movement speed is kinda high, just moving around feels a bit faster.
They say that the taste of vengeance is bittersweet, but I find it to my liking. In addition to my undying gratitude, I have spoken on your behalf with the rest of the townspeople. The merchants have agreed to show their gratitude by offering their wares and services at lower rates. Oh, Jaren wants to see you too. You'll find him in front of the palace.
One skill point, one devotion point. Nice. And I need to go over here to get the Assassin's Mark. Reduce some resistances. Okay. 1 point always goes into Mastery Bar because I want to push it higher as fast as possible to get all the way to the last skills over here, and one here, one there, 2 here to get +1 more health regen and total speed. Okay. And I guess strength, just because I want to get this. Let me quickly remove I want to keep the add-on. Okay, so I can use those runes in the same fashion as I would do with components. So if I won't going to need the item, but I will need the component, I can just remove the component and keep the item. Okay.
The lost Horodric scroll. What a fortunate turn of events. As the last living Horodrim, I alone have knowledge of its meaning. Now, to read the Horodric runes it bears. The Horodric mages, after binding Bale within Tal Rasha, magically sealed off his burial chamber from the mortal realm. Those same mages also crafted fearsome Horodric staves, and imbued them with the special power to open the chamber's hidden door. After nearly losing one to the thievery of a rogue sorcerer, they divided all the Horodric staves into 2 parts, wooden shaft and metal headpiece, hiding them separately to safeguard them. The Horodrim foresaw our current plight and designed the hiding places to reveal themselves to worthy heroes like you. Collect both parts of a Horodric staff and unite them using a Horodric cube. Then you may enter Tal Rasha's burial chamber.
And that's going to be our next quest. But we will continue this adventure next time. But as for now, it's going to be it for this walkthrough, part 2. Before I'm going to go into conclusion, I will going to show you how you can change, hop between game modification and the base game of Grim Dawn. So basically, we're going into main menu. And here we have this start, which is going into the game itself. But here you have the custom game, main game, and Crucible. Naturally, when you don't have this modification, when you just play Grim Dawn, here you go, you will going to have this on your main game. And this is how you get to the modification. So when you're done through the process of installing modification, copying the files, yada yada yada, everything is explained on the link that I have provided earlier today in the chat, or you can find this same place to download this modification by simply typing Grim Dawn, Diablo 2, ROT, or basically I'm just going to present this link again for the sake of it. So by going into here, it explains how to install, how to download, and everything like that. But when it comes to how you get to it, you select this option and click on the custom game, and it will going to show you this Reign of Terror. You accept it. Boom, you are going to have different characters here, different save files, everything is going to be different. You can also from here select difficulties, and when you want to go back to the main Grim Dawn, just click on the main campaign, and that's it. That's all there is to it when it comes to how you can hop back and forth between the main game and the modifications. So in case something, this option is there and it's easy to do. Pretty nice, because you will going to be able to play depending on what you want to play. At that particular moment, you have both options to select from. Regardless, thank you everyone who was watching today. If you want to see some Grim Dawn related content, some walkthroughs, guides, tips and tricks, highlights, etc., on our YouTube channel, link to which you can find in the Twitch description down below, you can find this particular link, as well as links to our social media accounts. You can follow, subscribe, share videos, comment, etc., depending on how you would like to do it. Next thing, if you have missed previous part of this walkthrough series, or you've missed this part, you can revisit it via Twitch Video on Demand, or by visiting our YouTube channel. There I will be posting highlights or those stream segments there, so that in case something, you can revisit them and check them from whatever place you would want to. Next thing is going to be how you can support this channel. You can support this channel, you can support us via sharing videos, via bringing in new people here who might be interested either in Grim Dawn or other games, or just in the atmosphere. You can subscribe, you can use Patreon, you can use every option that is available. You can find all of the options in the Twitch tab down below. If you are interested in rewards that we are providing, and if you'd like to support this channel, you can do this. Of course, all of the options are optional, so if you don't want to, you don't have to, but it helps, just so that we are clear on that fact. But anyway, I am grateful to everyone who has been viewing this stream today. Thank you for visiting, sharing your time. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Thank you for providing interesting suggestions, and just for being here. Have a great time. Enjoy your weekends, and we'll be seeing with each other next week. Or if you are interested in Grim Dawn walkthrough series that my brother is doing right now, you can visit his stream tomorrow, same time, that you can find in the Twitch tab section. This is going to be it, guys. Thank you and have a good one. До свидания, удачных вам выходных и до новых встреч. Пока.